do outside of hmm I do need to actually figure out what I have to do in this stupid story. It's good journals. In vaults. Oh yeah, that's right. You think. See, I have to do 5. Might as well do this. I also may not. Might as well knock over the might as well get this out of the way now. I should have got this out of the way like about maybe a week ago. But make my life miserable thinking the rewards are going to be worth it. But if story should theoretically cap. So, story should cap out. So, I think the world pretty much. At least it did last season. You know, last season it capped. So, I mean, I'm sure it'd be fun to take on a level 80 version of him. But it's more interesting just to waddle around the world and do that. Then come back to the main. It's more interesting to do that than actually my presence, you know. Also heard of someone already knocking it off at like 25. I was like, oh, oof. Hmm. Yeah, that's good latency. I really need to go knock this over. I knew I heard it. Sir, in worst place possible. You little shit. You're gonna try to get me killed. To be fair, um, a lot of treasure goblins do try to get you killed. They better not. And can get you killed. Just because you're talking about they run into enemies. That's a good way to get killed. They don't attack the treasure goblin sometimes, but they'll attack you. Hopefully when Romeo wants to come on or do something. But yeah, earlier I had to go outside do things. That problem got solved, and I will not have to deal with it again. Let's put it this way: having a stupid ass HOA is very annoying. Especially when they aren't aware of stuff being probably not weeds. I would initially not call bluebonnets weeds, but that's self. That's what happens when you have a neighborhood with a bunch of people who aren't from here come do things. Thorn should finish this off. Really? Of course. For this event. Yeah, I need to go do the one to see her over in 9 minutes. But yes. Said that earlier, but life does happen. I'll be on, I guess, for now, and will be Friday. That's going to be a very busy day, because I also got the other... No, not this Friday. I don't have a thing. Gray's not going to be here this Friday. No, he might. No, it might change. The plan change. Oh, I hate fire. That's the most common. Fuck off. Jesus. Away with you. You're fine. You're not dead. Horrible. I complain too much. Now that's complain. So, slay the remaining enemies. Yeah, I think this is well, the E technically starts at 2. I'll probably handle the egg later in the day, not now. By Tuesday. Yeah, it'll be fine. So, yeah. Long story short, people who, and the person doesn't know how to handle the HOA when they're just being assholes. That is how I believe it. You know? Like, Desert's cute. The end of Desert's cute. So, I guess I have to go with it. Hey! No! I'm assuming find the corpse, kill Desert's kiss. Might as well knock out tree bounties while I'm here. Grim pavers are the way to go. Not the best. But, hopefully. I'm not too much of an outdoor person. And I'm more the person doesn't get like, I'm gonna do whatever. Done this, no. It's like asking me to do something when I don't want to do it. Turns into me just blunt forcing it. What? Excuse me? Uh, excuse me. What? Wound up killing me in one hit? That's a good freaking scourge. Okay. No. At damn. And I was at 100% health with fortify. Okay. Yep. My gold cannot be needed. Like I knew what actually murdered me. At least you know. Division and other games, you know. What killed you? Oh, I wonder what killed me. Just saying. Hey, cool. That's nice. Server desync. That's wonderful. That's just. Excuse me. I'm just gonna. I don't know. So how can you be volatile and poisonous? That's something to be that's a little weird. That makes it actually an interesting question. So something that's volatile, poisonous, and another thing that's full of fire. Yeah, this is that will kill me and do it. About that. It's a weird one, isn't it? Like, some stuff makes sense. What winds up murdering you today? I have no idea. Technically, the second time I died. I should be careful not referring to getting myself badly. But I'm not attached to this gear, so death is part of the game. But to be fair, you're bound to die horribly someday. Even that poison and fire, both utterly not my friends. See, I don't mind ice. The worst thing ice does is freeze you. Sure, wines over time, wines, yeah. One of my favorite strongholds, though. Not very exciting. Um, um, yeah. Screw with something it doesn't make sense. That does not sound a great plan. Mess with the undead. I mean... Technically, but... I like that initially dialogue. It's kind of a specific dialogue, too. Like... Because, yes, necromancers... The idea of the balance is you're maintaining the balance. You're not violating the balance. Yeah? About that. I guess you're finding a way, I guess. Technically, immortality would violate the balance? Question. Ah. Or you be more concerned that you're using the balance for evil, which, core sentiment is... You know what? I am gonna murder these folks before I get to my other... Yep. If someone asks how necros either... I guess you're supposed to not use the dead. You're not supposed to revive yourself. I mean, denying death isn't necessary. Oh, that might actually do it. That's actually why this is more of my favorite. Because it's actually the idea of... but same time, it's a necromancer that's been messing with demonic corruption. So... Which does violate balance. Concept, you lose your way. Yeah, yeah. You're an ass. She's actually blood, which is interesting. Um... You know what? If you weren't time gated, you'd be not dead. You'd be dead very much. mean, I would not say creating undead cures the dead. But the idea is necromancers keep a balance. That's all they do. It's not a fast travel point. It's good to have, though. We might as well clear it out for reasons. Bloated corpses. Well, that's more or less not what I wish. I mean, but the very concept, though, a lot of the idea of what the balance is. So a lot of what the idea of the balance is mainly like, yeah, it's more or less the necromancer lore into itself. It's actually the snake, but huh. Not fought a lot of these. Excuse me? You, sir, are not. Like, I do not like bloated corpses. They are not great. Reasons. Festering corpses are probably some of the more annoying in this particular fashion. Really? Did you? You gave me that after how many levels? That's fine. Hmm. Interesting. No. No. Assuming I was actually the other. At least that's good for what it is. Definitely. No. No. That's the gloves that make volatile undead. They don't really help my stats, though. Ah, that makes sense. So I caught up with a friend and I showed him a little bit of Fallout. Watched it. I mean, they'll get you killed. Okay, are you living? You should be dead. Yes. Somehow treasure goblins can dodge. Who knows? Hmm. Sometimes I ask, and I feel like that should have been squished. Yeah. Hmm. Ah. Nah. Ugh, sometimes I hate those. I might as well knock off these, though. So I'll see. That's not Baltic, sir. That is literally, what is that? That's volcanic. Oh, God. That's worse. Ah! Leave me alone. Teleporter. Jesus. Ow. Tempest upgrade 2 sounds good. Really? I had a chill, though. Do this one more time. Yeah, I rewatched the second episode of Fallout. Yeah, or the first. I noticed a couple of things. That's actually there. overall, though, it doesn't detract from the episode. Heal. So I die because my heal doesn't pop. You douche. What? Huh? Dude, if I have to kill that motherfucker again. I do. Why? What? The fucking obelisks. Okay, game. So was the obelisks. Well, that makes more sense now. At least I didn't fail it. At least I didn't fail it. This sucks. So, Romeo, I guess you got to do a chore as well. Yes. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Well, I'm stream though. What message? No. No, I didn't see it. Discord will be Discord. Hold on. Sometimes I'll see it. Sometimes I'll see it, like I'll look over. No, I'm just trying not to die, as evidenced by me getting one-tapped by... I have no lightning resistance, apparently, now. Questionable. Interesting. Curious, yes. I need to replace this right here. So 16 all elements, right? But Jesus, so that's about right. But yeah. So I moved the thing. So Renowned is doing something on his own channel, and he will be. I'll do that thing. And just Friday is gonna be busy for me. It's great. I had to go take care of the other thing earlier. I was like, I'll be back in an hour. No. Well, there would have been, but there is other stuff. No. Yeah. Maybe. You can test it. Unless I have my desktop audio off. I probably have my I have my desk card. I have my Discord. My desktop audio muted. So I said it. You know, if you wanna I've some stuff will. It will happen. True. Me, it's just learning. A lot of that's just could be. It works two ways, yes. Doesn't always mean that's the actual definition either. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people play word games. I do as well, but try not to be disingenuous with it. I've just been a very busy bee. I had my all weekend was trying to get the stuff for there was a bit in Fallout 76, and it's like, no, I'm not avoiding. God's sakes, you are a piece of shit. Poison! Poison as it's not cool. That's fire and poison. Game, that's not nice at all. And that shit stays there apparently. And volcano. That's just that's asking to be dead. That is not my day to day. Huh. Yes. What do you mean 7 days to die? That's not too bad. Pick one. That'll probably be what I do. I mean, it's weirder when I don't have something I already have planned. I already know. Already know what I'm going to do before. I mean, I'm probably gonna get this character to like 95 or 100 and just be done with it. I mean, eventually I need to get a character to 100. But my urge to play just dies occasionally. Also, it really depends what goes on. Like trying to explain to somebody you have something important going on. You have to be like, that's important. Tell me that's important. I'm like, but you didn't ask me earlier in the day. I asked earlier in the day, do you need me to do that? So I go out there and do it. It's a dumb, silly thing. It's like, what kind of logic is that? Doesn't make sense. And then the person will complain. You don't help me. What the fuck did I not ask you sooner? Oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, it's an all-consuming bubble that's going to absorb the world. It's not like an exclusion. Hmm. I mean, it would make sense. A book is slightly different than the actual thing. You know, it wouldn't exactly be original either. Like to say, oh, I mean, it'd be like, eh, does that actually, the idea it just consumes everything, I guess, is gonna be like an ever growing energy anomaly. Really? What do you mean? What do you mean? That's probably the author taking some interesting notes. Um, Uniques. On the level. Uh huh. Nah. Sounds similar. Well, yeah, I think I can. Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. What? You're inside an eldritch god? Uh-huh. I'll be pretty honest. If you want to get into the whole like premise of it, which is like the boar with a thousand faces kind of thing. I mean, to be fair, the elk or whatever's freaky enough. Yeah, like. Mhm. I mean, to be fair, I mean, if you're thinking of something like that, I mean, not that I'm into like the three body problem kind of concept or theoreticalness. Is there a dog? Hmm. Like the idea of the, I kind of sort of the idea of the three body problem comes in, and the similar concept. You start dallying into pseudoscience with it's like pseudoscience with or with theoretical science. You know what I mean? He doesn't hate it. He hates everything. Excuse me? Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I mean, it's borderline. You're getting into the theoretical part, which hinders. What? Which one? Which one? The three-eyed problem or the not the hmm, find them weird. Oh no, I'm similar. Stuff that piques my interest doesn't always mean it's gonna pique my interest though. Mm-hmm. I could see you eating up Lovecraft. Is that the only reason you don't like Lovecraft? Oh no, it's not about scaring because half the monsters. But the thing about Lovecraft lore, as if the monsters were like you see a couple of things like occasionally, like you'll see like the cabin or whatever, or the cabin where they either have to sacrifice people across the world if they fail, if one ritual doesn't make it, bad things occur. But it's not like you're going to. That's why I like the ending of it is like the actual ending is shows like, oh, we're fine. One guy got bitten by a werewolf or whatever. The girl's like kind of didn't want to sacrifice it. Like, guys, please, like, please die. Right? You do not know. Right? Next thing you know, you see like the end of the film is a giant Cthulhu hand coming up from the ground. You know? I guess it's knowing the unknown, knowing the. I don't think it's about horror either. It's about the knowing the unknown. And the problem is, it's the Cthulhu who actually caused madness in the causes madness. I guess you know if you're trying to like cause madness. I mean, like why wouldn't the madness be inherently infectious? Like that's interesting. So the concept, right, is, huh? So why am I supposed to do this? Excuse me. I am curious. Search the vault, or hold on. Search the vault, right? Search the vault. Search. Hmm. Hmm. True. Search vault family. Okay. Sure. Bolton. Hmm. Yes. Um. Huh. Yeah. You tell me to find the journals. Right. First of four, you collect first of the five, and you begin to see some by interacting with the book on the table directly to rummage through word woven quests. Meh. I mean, I find them. I find most of them. Mm. No, something personal against them. I hate large scenic settings, and they're like, we don't want to talk over people. They're not quite so communal, but they're oppressive, but they are not. Hmm. It's way too busy for me. Sometimes. very overwhelmed. Also, when people get debate brains, it annoys me. It happens more often than you think. You can only blame it on the drugs and the alcohol so much before you realize it's your own fault than you do other. Even I know that. But it's something against government. It's just the way it operates. You have to. There's the whole thing. You need to learn to manage your own house. You need to manage your own. Oh, word warren is what I need to do. Gotta do word warrens. Wow. You try. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it can't. Fuck off. To be fair, I have to get through a story. I can care less about farming uniques at the moment. Wow, so I have to do ward woven chest. You are. Mm-mm. I mean, that's not the end of the world, but it is getting worse. No, I showed my friend Fallout. He didn't find the humor funny, but he doesn't find the Fallout humor, I guess, kind of funny either. It is. It is dark humor, though. Like, it's like, but I guess it doesn't grab him because he's also weird. Because I watched the first one with him and then tried to get him to watch the second one. It's like I guess the plot hasn't doesn't hook him or so. I mean, the intrigue though is, I think, setting up the mystery is interesting. It's have to run past you. So the thing, so the thing about a lot of stuff, like especially in Fallout itself, the show is the humor is just that different. It's like my whole thing is he's worried about the landing not being stuck, and that's debatable. I guess it's perception. Great, close it. I didn't care. God, awful. What is it? It's like the idea in Fallout, right, is uh I mean, I get the plot, right? like we're talking, you're trying to get a, I guess, setting up something. Like, I mean, what did you think of the build-up? Yeah, what did you think? How the journey got there? Hey, yeah, a lot of you'll see it coming. It's written on the wall. Just slow. Yeah, that's my problem with certain things. Like, and again, writing is interesting. Like, ow. It escaped, didn't it? Oh, who? Oh, that's a guardian construct. Yeah, you'll eat one. But, that's why I have to ask if you about the execution, right? Because his concern was the payoff. I told it does pay off. I mean, to be fair, if you've followed the plots of the game some, you know where it's going. I mean, do you not think it's plus a lot of it is subtly, I think, the confusion of people is most people have never heard of Van Buren. So if you've never heard of Van Buren, they're using concepts from it. Which so Van Buren was a canceled game that never got off the ground. Or, I mean, to be fair, they actually tried leveling, like doing. It was a canceled game. Set on there because one they wanted to set up a game in Pacifica. I think it's called, but you know Cascadia. And that would have been see they were supposed to have a Fallout Online, which was supposed to take place in Cascadia, which was going to be up in Pacific Northwest, which would have been interesting. Actually, Fallout Online was supposed to take place there. But the question, did they finally get to it? I mean, you gotta understand, like, they've probably had it kick around, but then again, they gave him probably some direction on what to do with it. I mean, then they let imply. Going back and actually watching that first episode's weird. So she said her specialty is speech, repair, and science. It's like, I don't know. It sounds like interesting. It's like, that's a weird combination of skills. I guess, yeah, I guess as if you're good and your subset is melee weapons, but you. Uh, that's where I say that shit gets weird, right? I, plot convenience. She's a plot device. It's more or less, I view her as a plot device. I don't know if it's like, you gotta see, are they legitly, like, fine? Are they... See, the issue with that is, maybe she comes up better, like, in another, like, supposedly they don't have anything else outside of that season. But she serves as a convenient, like, it's a weird plot device. Uh-huh. Well, they would take in people. Like, that's nothing new. I mean, the difference in the East and the West Brotherhood would have been maybe that they're still not entirely, what do you think, brutal or... Now, there is something very borderline lore breaking, though. This was confirmed by Bethesda themselves about the fact that that's actually the Pridwin. Yeah, not good there, Bethesda. You don't explain how the East Coast Brotherhood got the Pridwin in the cross country. I'm guessing. I mean, and also it's more convenient that they call it a Pridwin because the problem with a Pridwin, right, would have been you'd have to have found another super reactor. So well, if you've ever completed 4, you know about the Predwin. Predwin was created by stealing a super reactor. And if you played 3, where it was the only place there was a super reactor. Well, answer that. People can answer that if they ever played it. So the Brotherhood apparently came up with the concept of it. But I can only think of one place that had a super reactor. What happened to that place is a good question. And people forget, in Fallout 4, they had never answered what happened to Sarah Lyons. It subtly hinted that, whoopsie, something subtly, someone decided to accidentally, fire something. Yeah. It was just convenient she gets assassinated. It's like, the theory, oh, she dies in battle. Did she get assassinated? Ah, lore basically says, oh, possibly assassinated. Because she immediately takes over after... And then, of course, Elder Maxon takes over, so... He's the big daddy of them all. It's like, that's a weird transition to power. Saying, flies in the face of Brotherhood want that... Fuck! Freeze. So, was the Brotherhood not always as honorable? I mean, even by old lore, no. I mean, they literally were going to take the East Coast Brotherhood and say, you betrayed the West. Not realizing the West Coast Brotherhood was pretty much gone. You know? You abandoned the mission. What? Why? I don't know. I'm still not too thrilled how the Brotherhood handle it. It's like, either they suddenly found a way to build another Predwin, or they just say, like, it's so weird because maybe it's creative licensing. Because in the lore, even if you take the point that they go across the country in blimps, right? That just somehow, but it had them traveling across the country and stuff. I'm just like, I mean, that makes sense, but, I mean, doesn't that seem risky with, the weather? But yeah, when you get to the one part, though, like, the one part that's actually breaking a lot of people more along the lines is they think that it invalidates Vegas. It doesn't invalidate Vegas. You know? It's very much, I think, people want it to be hyper woke or hyper whatever. I mean, I'm not saying that it's like if they try to follow it up and make it unique, then we'll find out. It's modern Bethesda. It's to be fair. I don't know. To be fair, to to be no, it's clearly a very masculine woman. What, Zalia? What do you mean? That explains so much. Zalia? I mean, to be fair, I thought they were pulling more or less the Havoc Wheel of Time. Well, are you sure they just don't call her trans? Because I mean, I find her more of a throwaway. Because Havoc. Uh, uh, why? Stop it. Not good for you. Remember, what is her? What is her? Well, do they call her trans? Is she actually transgender, or is she trans? Is she actually trans, or is she actually did she try to transition? Because normally, if they are super trans or trans masculine, that's a different story. She's a. Of course they would. That would make them on. That would be trans, but does that mean they are actually trans? I don't. So they're saying it by pronoun, by. Let me see something. Actually, interesting. It's something I have to look into. So the problem is, right? Is it pronouns or is the person like? Is it like an actually like? Is as a trans man? So they say a trans man, but that's funny. No, I know what you're talking about. Shouldn't you just? No, it's just saying. Uh, I guess you're not quite certain. I don't know. Wouldn't you want to scream from the rooftop that you actually have a. That makes it begs the question, though. Wouldn't you, if you were Bethesda, want to scream from the rooftop? You have a non binary person? Or actually a trans person in the show? Just saying. Let's just make that point. Uh, you never know. We're talking 200 years in. I mean, maybe You should look up Star Paladin Cross. Because it's been strongly implied that, like, from Fallout 3 was, like, Star Paladin Cross wasn't exactly straight. Looked like basically G.I. Jane haircut. You would think very borderline butch lesbian potential. I mean, if you're going by the whole concept of the pronouns, the point would be is would that be the case? Then again, it's a catch-22. I mean, they already did themselves a massive disservice and said the series is canon. Which was a bad idea. They should never. They should have never said the series was canon. then have uncanny events. Especially if they were going to use Van Buren. Um, you know what? Can I say I'm not there? I'm sorry. Oh no, you're gonna hold that thought for a little bit. You're talking about something that fucking was shoehorned in. Yeah? Shit was shoehorned in as a motherfucker. Mm, no. Oh, no, you missed it. I wish they explained that more. Hold on, I'll be right back. You should have explained that more, though. They didn't. They don't explain that. I thought explained. Like, There's shoehorned in high above. Oi. No. No, I just walked into the thing. No. If you think, by the way, no, I had to go to walk to the kitchen. It took a little longer. I had to go put food. I have to go back in there and do. You think, by the way, that I'm not a Puritan by any stretch on the term when it comes to things. But that crap was shoehorned in from high above. If you really think that was, I had a feeling they were gonna do it too, and that's written all over, but they don't make a big deal out of it. Okay, it was gonna go one of two ways, and I think they handled it, I think the way they wanted to handle it was stupid. Like, it was probably better than it was better than probably how they could have handled it. Because the concept, right, is hypothetically, right, you learn something. Let's say what happened, right? They learn, let's say, and by they, I mean anybody in the vaults, learn the purpose of the vaults. I mean, what would you say? You think it's that? It's like, because with what's revealed later on, you know what happened. And it's not that. Right? Because the thing is, do you think people learn, like, without going into the details, I won't. Like, okay, you know the twist, right? You know the twist on Vault 32? Yeah? And they don't do a good job explaining it fully. But you get what happened, right? Well, to be fair, I mean, what do you do when you realize, and this is a little problem in Fallout at that point, right? She may have been born either in 33 or in 32, like 33, then transferred to 32, something like that. Like, and if you read between, hmm? Wow, you bring up that fact of, oh, that part, I wish they said something. Like, either, oh, that fact has a lot of people asking stuff. I mean, that's a big borderline plot hole. Like, okay, I was watching a thing where my friend was. Don't. Like, I was running through, like, I was talking with my friend, right? You know, like, think of it this way. You have a universe with rules, to a degree. Every time, if you ever played a Fallout game, like, my first thing my friend was wondering, Voltec still has security, right? Well, okay. The concept, right, is the concept, right, is like Vault-Tec has security in their vaults. Vault-Tec security. Now, take in the first episode, right? The Raiders attacking. Maybe for the celebration, maybe they found a way to temporarily disable them, right? But there are still guns in the vault. And other items. They're not just going to let raiders do whatever. You have Vault-Tec security. Okay? It's just someone, I guess Nolan didn't think about that, you know? There is always Vault-Tec security. Well, not everyone had robots, though. You would hope it's a sustainable. There's like no robots, like a robot doctor, which maybe you have a Codsworth. I mean, to be fair, I think someone read too much into the plot of, like, it's kind of an obvious thing. Why don't you see, like, Vault-Tec security there? I mean, surely by the wedding, they would not all been partying. You know? But yeah, this is a vault. It's supposed to be one of the bigger vaults that are like. Yeah. No. I think that's fine. I think that makes sense. Because you gotta remember that part, it was trapped. You remember that, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, this is the weird thing, right? Without getting into that part, I mean, I can explain more about like that the concept is. Like with her character, I'm sure it has a backstory. Like once you know more of the story, it suddenly makes sense. Like a lot of the what tipped me off about a lot of the direction they were going to go in was like I predicted it, but I enjoyed the ride because how they were gonna do it. Because you had to figure out how were you gonna execute it, and that's why I'm very curious about the execution of it. You know, the thing about the execution is the key, right? So you're talking about the concept as well of like because every Vault-Tec has Vault-Tec security. You're not gonna have full robots. I mean, hypothetically, right? You're probably going to have. What? She had access to? Well, okay, before you get to that you're talking about get to that. Look, most vaults are going to have security, like whether it be a couple of robots. Most vaults are only meant to house, like, they don't say explicitly. See, when I was discussing this with my friends before, like watching it, and we know Fallout lore, you had to like go back through a little bit. Um, how much of these vaults were made to, like, how much were they actually for, if this was a vault, theoretically, a survival, like, Vault 101 kind of thing? So the concept is something like Vault 101 from Fallout 3 is, like, it's meant to be a vault that is meant for reclamation there. So it's going to have mostly what it needs to survive. Like, because there's a bigger problem in there. Like, they don't answer because if you assume what you know, like, is going to happen, right? But, like, what happens with other vaults. That's why, like, when you find out about what episode it is, but you've uh interesting story, Bungeon. You are full bullshit, sir. I I kind of wish I did this at a lower level. This does hurt. No, but like when you realize proportionately, fuck off, sir. So like you kind of remember, right? Are you good with details? You remember why? There's little clues because it's implied, like about, like, especially their mother. You can tell something's up in the background. If you look at the inspiration of a lot of the stuff, you can kind of figure what they were wanting to go with. What do you mean? It would have been just one generation. I mean, Voltec doesn't really good at keeping secrets. I mean, how did they? Uh, you assume she's young enough. Do you think she's gonna fully remember everything? Huh? Yeah. No, it's a different actor. But like, without getting into No, I think the part there, which is just weirder. You're talking like, I think that, okay, hypothetically, they believed their mother was dead. Like, it's not more of one of the complaints I have. Like, my thing is, what are actually the rules of the universe? Do you follow them? Kind of thing. Are there rules? As yeah. Uh, you ask a question we've been. Well, one or two things is actually going to happen in a situation like that. You gotta understand. One or two things is absolutely going to happen. Okay. One, you're gonna have that. You're literally gonna have the scenario. Really? That's the best amulet you're gonna give me and about that? I'll go with that. First ancestral one I get, and it's not even a good amulet. You piece of ay, awful, awful, awful. See, I'm stuck with that one. No, no. There was a mod in Fallout 3. Um, I forget what it is exactly. It was actually like it had, I think it was called Brave New World or something. It was an area that people, the concept of it is, and the guy was never able to, I think, fully do it because he was never able to fully do it. But it is the concept of they were able to uh yeah, reconstruct stuff. But then again, this version of that is different, I think. Because this version, right, deals with uh so this version, well, people also hate it because it actually moves like events, you know? You basically disregard like how much lore you rework the entire West Coast is an option. As I say, it's about being a lore Puritan as much as think the basics here. Okay? You have an established lore here. We're not talking a. You can be. Now, unless, and I say unless, gods upon high, hypothetically, said do not. Like, are you familiar with the show? Familiar with the show Gotham? So here's the thing about Gotham. I liked Gotham, right? Shocking. I know people think that way, but here's the thing. Gotham is. What if I told you they could not use the Joker? Would that be weird? So literally, you could touch upon a bunch of crap, but you can't touch on the Joker, right? Is that weird? And that came from uh was it like uh pretty much. And it makes me really wonder if like Bethesda or a similar situation, um like Jerome Velasquez, right? They made into the Joker. And like by the final episode, they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna call myself the Joker," and they were able to like skirt it, like any penalties. But they're like, "Well, yeah, you're doing whatever, right?" Now, hypothetically, in the case of the Fallout series, what if they were told to straight not touch it? You were allowed to work with um what you can work with. All right, I'm trying to be vague as possible because this is usually how Hollywood works. They have that gag order. It's like why is it's the same reason. Why is J.J. Abrams' Star Trek different than the other Star Treks? You know why? Abrams' Trek? Because Paramount pulled a really shitty thing and said you cannot use use the main timeline. So he came up with the Kelvin time, which is perks and good and bad, but like that timeline, that was pretty much because there's several ways. So Nolan probably had what he could work with. Truth be told, if they gave him the script for the canceled Van Buren, Van Buren was an unreleased game that we've known about that was going to be done by Interplay. It was actually going to be done by Interplay, and then it was supposed to have the NCR in decline by that point. It was going to be a very different California versus an advanced one or a semi rebuilt society. Very different characters. And that's probably what he got the script for. He saw the script for Van Buren and modified it, but he did not. And to be fair, it's probably a good thing ZeniMax and that script never saw the light of day. Because if people think Fallout 76 and other stuff was done, that would have shattered the myth of interplay altogether. You know what I mean? It was. And this is why I tell people, I challenge people. You think Fallout New Vegas is good? Go read the canceled games for the West Coast. New Vegas is lucky it came out as good. And even then, it's still a fucked up setting. Because, as I said, they planned a game in Cascadia. That would have been the upper Pacific Northwest. All you people do is need to go look at the game. It's like, and the big theory is they wanted to adapt Van Buren, but the idea of it is really weird. Like, and they're using a lot of concepts in the show, and they're like, "Oh, you can't tell." And there is what they're running afoul of is the cult of New Vegas. The cult of New Vegas, I swear to God, thinks that game is God's gift to humanity. It isn't. You can play it now. You could not always play that game uh, very good. You know what I mean? I think now, I went back and when I did played it, went through and modded, whatever the fuck happened to that game in almost a year, so they were able to, in a later update, right? They were able to actually, like, get the game working better, unmodded. It just doesn't die and, like, uh, uh every save. You know? I'm just gonna say that. You don't think about it, but think about it. Like, it's only taken, like. And see, they reached a limit on the end of the Fallout 3 engine. Fallout 3 only had 80 developers on it. But that engine could not do, what was it? 3D. People were able to shoehorn it in or figure it, but it wouldn't run stable. You know? It was only at best a 2.5D game. So if you tried to do anything with it with 3D, tweak it, it would make the thing highly unstable. So I'm actually halfway tempted, and I'm gonna have to, like, on Steam, like, maybe to go do it, like, but I'll wait till it's on sale more and ever. To be fair, I never want to really revisit Fallout 3. Only further. I don't know. I think about Fallout 3 is weird. I could, but I've done other playthroughs of it. I mean, it's borderline, I'm not saying bland, but its system doesn't age well. Like, no, 3, no, the 3 looks good. Okay, here's a problem with 3. Point blank. Like, I'll be honest with it, and it's up front. Bear in mind, it wasn't until Broken Steel that the game continued. You know? It's not a very, very pleasant design. You know? I like the combat in it. Combat in 3 is still very good. But they didn't really have the concept of the power armor. You know? They didn't. Power armor. I went and watched somebody who went back and played that. He was doing it for, like, a review. like TK or whatever, does Fallout content. I need to see what Juicehead said about it. Juicehead is a really big one. And he's using Hellfire armor. It looks just weird. Like, if the concept was, like, it was just additional armor, one set of armor. Well, like, Vegas is, I'll be a prime damn example. When I played Vegas, I'm sorry. I console spawned in the best armor I could fucking get. And even by the end of the game, it's ass. Story is the only thing that saves Vegas. You know? It's the only thing. Because that game plays between Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. You know? No, it's between Fallout 3 and when it's a canceled project. Interesting. So it's so when uh so like Al Diablos. Yeah, I am guys, yeah, yep, yep. Fuck around and find out. Or problem in this absolute universe. They decided to fun fact in Diablo, don't do that. Concept of the concept of fuck around and find out is really bad in a Gnostic system or any system. For you to hear the audio in game, it's like you need to invoke a cert. Nah, it's funny. No, you're not. It's fun, Romeo. Invoke El Diablo or Al Diablo. Yeah, it's a miracle a lot of people. You think 50 years ago they would have learned demonic incursions or a thing. Like 50% of the world was wiped out? Nah, game logic. Don't make contracts with demons. But Diablo is very based upon Gnostic tradition. Because in Diablo, by Gnostic, um, because Sanctuary was created between a union of a demon and an angel, Inarius, basically. So the fact that you think that it's going to be fine to utterly invoke a demon to be loyal or not have its own purpose or corrupt, yeah. I mean, that's why I like Diablo 4's story. Diablo 4's story is pretty good, like, as far as it goes. But yeah, all these people knew. Not very intelligent to be invoking. See, in Gnostic tradition, right, the core of it comes from there is a God, but God is not the one that created the world. A lesser evil being created the world. Think of like Elden Ring. Elden Ring is very Gnostic tradition as well. You know? I mean, that's No, the concept. That's why a lot of depictions, right? Usually, like even a show like Supernatural treats not God as an asshole, but Preacher, right? Take like Preacher, like if people are not familiar with the Preacher universe, the he's like the Confederate gunman who has the power to kill anybody. God's like, oh, but all he does is want to sleep, kind of thing. Kills God at the end, but it's like God's only whole purpose was to just be there and just be self-centered. You're actually gonna pop out of the ground, or are you just gonna like, nope, you're just gonna spit fire on me and not do anything? I hate that. They need to fix that, but they aren't going to. It's not a will. The will they won't they thing kind of pops out of the sky. Mm. But yeah, like that type of a universe is very interesting. So like the concept of the world between kind of thing. Yeah, this universe uses a similar rules, but I mean, but it's also the concept too. Corruption doesn't care. I mean, literally, the primevals found a way to fight heaven. I mean, it's their eternal war. They don't care if they use humans. You know, that's just how corruption doesn't care. Even the best people at a time, even the most well intentions. That's why, and I think Christian tradition and other people, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know, you've never heard that. You don't know what that means. They following the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, it's like you did, but bear in mind the teaching and the meaning of it is like, yep. And see, 40K uses the concept of even if you like the Emperor of Mankind gets power because of the fact that people worship him, right? They get the fact people worship him, but at the same time, right? It's how do you know you're worshiping the Emperor of Mankind versus Nurgle or Korn, you know? Does that make sense? And they go, oh, just make one mandate of one religion. Okay. They see. Hmm, um, that's why when I say a lot of Lovecraftian lore, it's just gods that really don't give a shit. They're, I mean, to be fair, like, these people are like, huh, remember when I said they cause madness? What, knowing the real truth of the universe is just knowing madness there? Why actually sometimes interesting the Call of the Cthulhu universe. It's very interesting. It goes back to what you were saying initially about the whole like you don't get the whole concept of the lesser being and the elder gods and that type stuff. Like most of the time, it's just weird. Eh. Well, it's, what you gotta understand about Lovecraft, H.P. Lovecraft was also he wrote about it from a perspective of like Cthulhu also mentioned terrors, you know? Like maybe it's just the humans could never fully understand the could they actually can humans really understand what goes on, you know? Like and does a lot of that's just about people. It's like you gotta see like in that type of a universe, it's a lot of short stories because he wrote that from a lot of his terrors as uh he wrote that from a ton of his terrors of just living, you know. That's where a lot of that his shit came from. I there and it's implied that just the madness of it, like with great power or knowledge comes what basically comes their own form of paranoia, right? It's just strange. Like you're saying, like uh, when you look at something like that, is it the Cthulhu that drives people mad, or is it just the inherent part of nature and human nature, or are they part madness or derangement, or is it just the concept of the search of knowledge makes it makes it worse, you know? Hmm. Isn't it like Assassin's isn't it like Assassin's assassination class hold it. Isn't it like assassination classroom? Like nah man. He's like, well, I'll kill the world if you don't kill me. Hmm. Sounds interesting. I mean you could also be right back. Days. One of those days. Mm-hmm. Oy. Oy, no, no. It's one of those days, huh? Mm. One of those long days. I feel like I've been beaten like shit. Like, yeah. Usually fine. More just exhaustion. That's all. I'm fine. It will pass more than it does. I mean, mm-hmm. What? Oh, I never share that with people. Give you one idea. Most of the outside of see outside of family functions or kids photos, most people don't ever have images of me. I'm just weird like that, you know. You never know. I'm also not into sharing stuff. People know me if they know me, like kind of thing. I think only a few. I just like keep stuff private. I'm not a huge fan of oversharing. It's like it's not my place to tell people what people look like. You know, I sometimes find people less to know about a person sometimes, more of a mystery. God sakes, really, people. No, but cosmic. Like I was thinking too, right when I had to go. You never people if you've never seen the original Twilight Zone, right? Twilight Zone, Rod's. A lot of the stuff is based on the fears of the man. Fear of the unknown. half of it is all like theoretical. Outer Limits explored it a little bit differently, but like the concept of what is a case of it haunting of mankind kind of thing, you know, you're pretty much like Rod Sterling wrote a lot of that based on poison. Really? You're a fire demon, you piece of. Ah, good thing I wasn't near it. This game has too much addiction to poison of all kinds. But they also like to do this weird thing of combining the worst elements ever into enemies. It's like you just want to make the dumbest OP comp thing. I'm like, hey, get obliterated. No, but like if we're talking about cosmic horror or fear of the mind kind of thing, like that type stuff, it's like Twilight Zones, like the What If. That was like the big thing. Like H.P. Lovecraft, a lot of it's like, yeah, even some stories are like, yeah, Cthulhu exists, right? But at the same rate, uh, what if it's just a fear of the mind? To be fair, right? You have like different levels of the Cthulhu. Like some are like giant that could like swallow a planet, but truth be told, they don't give a shit. You know? Oh, trust me, if I had enemies, I don't tell people that. They know, they know. Don't give people more ammunition. They know who they are. I have people who. Oh, who would? You would love to know. I deal with the deranged. You forget that. It's kind of. Hmm? No, Deb is not nothing. Possibly. Wow, when I hate people, I go out of the way. Person who's walked many, many, many lives. I have, of course. A lot of people in Toadie's crowd, if given information, would easily want to. I mean, the man just rebranded himself, dude. That's. I told you about him before. He just rebranded himself. That thing is fucking hilarious, by the way. I mean, hell, at least I know my own brand. You're losing viewers. Before we discuss it Friday with, like, Renown, because I want to know his thoughts on it. But, like, Tony basically decided to rebrand himself, thinking he wasn't doing shit. And I guess he calls himself Rude, doesn't he now? Because you. His butt daddy, EVS, gave him that title. I mean, man, talking about a person who's most original man in the universe. Two people. Originality. If it grew on trees, I'd be shocked. Of course, a DC going across into a hell tide. But like, seriously, like Tony rebrands himself, and he's like, "Well, I didn't steal my own work, bro. Come on." So I have one time a day, right? Right. Whenever I go, people think I'm terminally online. Not like today. Woke up. I'll just go through Twitter once. Everything else, when I haven't read it, will instantly pop up later. Tony gets into arguments with a bunch of people and argues in threads with people. He thinks now he's having to duck and hide because he's getting a foul of Comicsgate. And that Eric July grift is only going to carry him so far. He's only going to be able to basically get away with so much. I mean, that's the thing. That's the type of bastard, if he knew my actual ID, he would use it against me. Unfortunately, I deal with a lot of fucks like this. And it's also, you don't give people ammunition. It's one of my big things I always had against, like, when Trump, right? I didn't agree with Trump, but Trump didn't understand the concept. Don't arm your enemies. Fight them, but don't arm them. Also, don't become your enemies either. Very fine line. That's why I have an issue with certain people like Gunrunner and others who make this claim. Like, yeah, aren't you what you fight? Bro, you don't. Also, you gotta be able to embrace tactics of your enemies in order to win. You don't emulate them. You never violate it. But if that were the case, right? That's why it's funny, right? Like when you know origins of stuff. I always feel certain people lack nuance. Their history only goes so far. You have to know about more of stuff to comment on it. Well, they should. Like, they talk about history somehow like they know it. I don't know all history. I know enough of it. Not I research it. So this isn't a hell tide? Of course this is not in a hell tide. So, concept, right? These people are very interesting, whether you think it or not. Some people go, you have your own hypocritical double standards. Do I? I'm smart enough to know when someone's trying to go debate brain on me. I hate that on people. I don't give them information for that reason. I don't give them any more information. Oh, I can too. Don't get me wrong. Don't literally get me wrong. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's fine. Half those people I tolerate with a 10-foot pole sometimes. I come from a more combative I literally come from a more combative side of the internet. Not quite whatever, but yeah. God, lag in existence. Oh, I'm fine with that. I know who probably said it if they were there. Those people at some point need to all have a wake-up call on their goddamn own, but it ain't my place to tell them. You know what? You want to have that? You want to do that? No. That's sometimes why I make myself scarce, because those people annoy me. It's not that I think they're beneath me as much as, they are awful. Like Gunrunner when he gets in debate brain. Trust me, debate brain people can go screw themselves. Like, you think more than I like to. Well, I like him, but that's fighting word. That's fighting word. That's fighting words and live. I'm not Benjamin the Dream Wizard. That is a lie. What they're meaning is I know what they mean, and that is not me. Well, he has a handle in Kidda's chat, and then he has a handle in, like, well, Benjamin the Dream Wizard is always the other one. He does gaming streams, like, about one. Not the same time I did, but he's doing single player games. I just do that. Really? It doesn't offend me when someone does something like that, but you don't do that. And I know the person who probably said it. And he's an artist. No? It was either him, Gunrunner, or maybe somebody who thinks he's a chimpanzee. You don't have to. I don't really care enough because if it is a person, they lack nuance. Because if it wasn't BMO, to be fair, but I don't really care what. See, I learned to stop caring what people thought about it. But that's not the own you're looking for. I wouldn't ask you to share. Like, trust me, I know what's said behind my back. Like, if people like me who don't know that, it, someone said that to me before, and that's just like, and to be fair, it's probably marks against certain people because just for the sake they're weird. Like, I highly doubt they know anything like about Benjamin. Like Benjamin, I like him, but he. I mean, I've heard stuff too. You gotta understand, a lot of these people are like, uh, you gotta understand when you're talking about people like, see, Benjamin the Dream Wizard, right? He does dream interpretations, right? It's his vet. He does also other things. It's just how it goes. If I'm like that, I don't go to the extremes. He's libertarian, too. I am not libertarian. So yeah, you're like poison. Nope. But I don't care. Then again, I learned long ago, as I said, to not really. I just think it's weird. They won't. I've heard. If you're not gonna say anything to my face, don't say anything at all. That's kind of my own rule. Cowardice is a thing. Hi. So you have to understand half these people. They don't like you. They disagree with you. I'm like, you don't realize you do. Look, I don't think I'm in a couple. I don't care. People aren't into blood sports, but it's like you're talking you're talking like I usually keep that to a minimum. To be fair, people like poking the dragon and get burned. To be fair, long story short, most of them live in the Pacific Northwest, which is sort of a special blend of the world. They have their own. You act like to be fair. He's a base leaf, okay? There's your other. No, problem with a group, right? Like, I don't go for blood sports, but like, I don't see a reason to go for blood sports. Like, why would you do that? Like, that's just silly. Like at that point, you're talking about going for that. Like a lot of these people, I think sometimes they just don't get it. Like if I'm fine with it, I don't. They're like, well, we look, we can have a discussion, and we're not an echo chamber. But sometimes you can get to the point that it's like, some groups. It happens to everybody, and usually depends on the person. I'm always the responding agent. I'm never the attacker, unless I make myself the attacker. You know, which is a bigger difference in the terms of really. Nice try. Nice living steel. No, I think what you learn, Romeo, is if you're part of a group or anything, especially like thinkers are, there's always going to be variant opinions. And eventually, you gotta find decent or better hills to die on. Some people are not as smart about it. Every one of them has their specialty. Some people literally don't care about a concept of whatever. Then they're like, it's so strange when you get into that type of. Trust me, I know they have their own tisms. They go holier than thou. It's one of the worst mistakes they can actually make. You never hold people with their own tisms. You'll see it eventually. Yes, you need to do that. The best thing I can tell you is, yeah, if your area is like you say it is, you have to just find your own way to have a social bubble. Doesn't mean like it's like, but you gotta have a find a way to disconnect. I mean, that's my thing. Trust me, online, being connected online is never a good thing. I mean, if you just know it, I just predict human behavior and I go, hmm, what's gonna happen? I just let it play out and I go, hmm, is that a thing? Yes. That's gonna happen. I mean, that's what you have to do with people. And if you're telling me, like, and they all come from a different walks of life, too. That's why I hang with people that are different than me. I don't like hanging with people like me. They're too similar to me. We always fight. That's just the way life goes. You know? It's like earlier. Someone screwed up my peak time that I usually stream. You know? See, you got more similar problem I have, right? You need to like at some point you're just gonna have to what is it? You're gonna have to like figure that out. I mean, you're just gonna have to find a way to work, make money, or do something. Like, I mean, yeah, you're just gonna have to like learn to edit or learn to do it. Anyone can make. To be fair, fine art editing is nothing. That's a generic skill, you know. I a lot of people, unless you get in to bigger, you got to get into like a big community, right? Like a lot of these are like you miss like, and not that I say I always credit the people who help me do things, like, and like sometimes you'll get picked up, and then other people are just like, hmm, like half people are editors, like someone who does the whole editing thing. Imagine trying to get lucky and do that. Like get get noticed. I mean, it's worse than the whole idea of notice me senpai shit. Like, I mean, these people, like TJ Laser, that's in what is it? In his community, Tony's community. Like he comes from a community. It's like, but I don't want this channel known with what I hang out with. Well, shit, sir. Why are you doing art then? Well, the moment I find out about his IRL, I'm gonna say it. Fucking European trust fund, baby. He goes, what I do, I design through Windows Media Player. Bitch, your art looks like shit. I mean, I can tell on art if it looks like dog shit. I have at least the artistic eye. I can tell about that. Like, just because, oh, you can draw on a digital pad don't make you talented. You know? Bro. Well, so, like, I'm not diminishing his thing. And he's just like, this guy have a friend. He can do certain stuff. He can draw. He can do that. He's having to train himself on what is it? On how to do other stuff. He can't exactly do animated backgrounds. Making yourself a specialty is about better. It's like LG, right? LG is learning to do video editing. That's a more unique craft. Coloring is another one. That's a very like you put yourself into a niche to be able to edit. I mean, I have the fine art for it. It's part of the phrase autistic detail for it. You can eventually get down to like editing stuff that's like down to the second kind of thing. Let's say you're trying to get, but there's a lot more that goes into editing than other stuff. Same an artist. Like if you can learn to work in a 3D video and know it, Oh boy, will you get up work. You know? Now you're talking. You make yourself into a specialty. That's how you do it. I mean, I'm not saying like that's how that's how you actually have to do it. It's not like something you can just go, "Oh, Pop, look, mommy, I'm special." But like, you know what I mean? Like everybody, it's like to me, can just freaking throw in and go, "I'm just I'm just this. I could just throw in an editor." Oh no no no! People just wow. So you no. So a lot of it is you just gotta get in communities, and then eventually people pay you for they'll choose and pick you up or so. It's like in story about Kiddo's community. Kiddo's community was Kiddo is one of the few people who does what she does. But Destiny thought it was a boy and somebody else, but it was clearly her stuff, you know? Probably nothing out of the ordinary. And she could easily get a job, like, working in that field. Or working in with somebody who use, I guess, that. Because she's in a niche, really, in reality. It's there. Me, it comes down to I have my sets of skills. I tell people. Uh, So yeah, like in your whole thing, just find something in the midterm or interim of life. You know what to do. You gotta. That's what you need to do. I mean, uh, big thing is people just don't do that. Like everyone has to start somewhere. I mean, you just don't go in and do what I do. Like selling cards online is an acquired skill. Other stuff too, like are fate. I mean, certain people are not meant to run businesses. Just saying, people don't know how. People don't know how to market themselves. It's like Tony. Tony works at a warehouse, Chicago. Like I'm eventually gonna have to. I'm gonna cover the C2E2 Fallout. May ask Renowned about that because I'll have that. But like as I say, LG's learning how to be a colorist in video. That's a hard trait to learn. Learning how to do editing, coloring in video. Self taught, kind of thing. You can imagine that that's a little bit hard to do, right? I mean, you're talking about getting the lighting right. It's like we could make it like and say, oh, everyone could be a photographer, right? But what if you overexpose your thing? Hmm? What if you take a picture, you bleach it out with a light? You know? What happens then? You know? You're talking like you're talking like it's very fine art. Like if someone goes, if Alexa said to someone they're like they do something and they have usually overexpose or something like that. Like that's the thing that I'm good at. Like I can spot that in a way, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to see as a person, and that's a bigger deal. But then again, I have more of the business stuff, and the you can just tell when something's off or the audio's off, that type of stuff. I mean, everyone can, but can you like? Thing is, can you hear that it's off? That's what you're gonna find with like stuff like you have. You need to find your niche and be able to do it. So, like, if you want to get paid for doing art, low key do art, see if people will do commissions, do whatever. Maybe ask BMO about it. I'm assuming he gets paid low key in commissions. I'll take him at his word. He might tell you how to get started, figure out a pay rate, do whatever else. I mean, it's your choice if you want to go into NSW art or something like that. I mean, hell, that probably pays, to be honest with you. But the question is, do you want to do it? Yep, you gotta figure out your own strengths and weaknesses, yes. It's good to know. Well, I mean, you wouldn't want to do furry art? Oh, come on. Oh, that does not sound good. I heard a sound I have not heard before. No, you gotta understand, right? Ethics, talk about ethics, right? You have to have your own boundaries. Sure. It's nice. You just, I mean, I know people that can make a decent living off of stuff. I mean, you gotta have your own self dignity as well. I mean, to be fair, I've seen people who do strange things. You just gotta figure out, market yourself, figure your talent, say people pick you up. They want to pick you up to do it, they will pick you up. That does not sound good. Well, it's nice to know the soundscape of Diablo is entirely normally fine. No, people who want to call me, I think, people. I've heard someone say I'm similar. But yeah, how Benjamin acts, you're a good person at heart. It is. It's like anybody's. Do you agree with a problematic nature of people? No. I have asked people about things before, and I'm just like, oh, okay. When I put two and two together, what's the... Well, one and one together makes two, right? Or two and two. You can kind of gather about people. Usually someone rings and gives me the idea. You know? They are not bad people, or the interesting people with hot takes, yes. Should they be giving hot takes is another story, but I know plenty of people. They just make weird, like, claims or so. And this is not just the pound of thinkers. Sometimes people should not give off the cup comments because it's uncertain things because it don't sound good. I try not to make this mistake, right? But I mean, that will come back and bite you on occasion. Ow, that is not sounding great. Right now I'm hearing this sound, it sounds like a mix between a bunch of dishes crashing into the floor. Things exploding with dishes cracking on the floor. That sound like explode. New in game. Yeah, it sounds like quite literally like the combination of metal falling and things dishes crashing to the floor. And little mini explosions going off. What I think happened is something broke. The soundscape is starting to act funny. Oh yeah, oh, you're the bastard who did stuff to me before. Oh yeah, this is a bastard that killed me like that. By the way, lightning pillars are stupid. The beautiful part about having minions is I can just run around and they'll kill them. That's a wonderful part. May not get the full damage bonus upgrade, but what does that matter? But no, but you gotta understand with certain people, just when you deal with people, it's what you share with them and learning to read people. And sometimes not stating the obvious. If they choose to keep it quiet, let them keep it quiet. I mean, some days in the general chat, I'll just be rolling my eyes. It's like, God, you people. It's like the thing in Fallout when Lucy gets to the city or gets out of the vault. She's like, okay, I don't know what I got myself into. You know what I mean? Have you not died 10 times over? You know? I mean, in game, you'd be dead too. So I said to you, it's like a character that failed every speech check she ever did. Like most of the time. It's like, oh, did you invest in speech check without having charisma? Maybe? Maybe. Oh, look. Oh, look, promise. Ah. And other people just go, you just do you, whatever. I'm just like, I also do shit just to watch people cringe. So, you know, that's usually my thing. It's probably a weakness, but I don't definitely mess with people when I'm trying to chill with somebody. I mean, the worst thing you can do is generically create bad blood for no reason. You know? You gotta learn, you learn that eventually. Some. Mm, I mean, if it's a more progressive or open-minded group, well, the way you phrase it is, well, to be fair, you could say you could be an alcoholic. You know, could be. Uh, well, there's a better way to get it across without meaning you say it. You know, if that makes sense. You go, oh, you're just an alcoholic. No, you handle it like, have a consider some. Maybe you got a drink problem, right? It seemed that way. Mm. No. You're all good. I know kind of the story. You know what I do? I just pretty much ignore it. I attributed shit have to not attribute certain people to. I made it a rule when I'm dealing with people who use substances to just take them with a grain of salt. You know? They're fine. But you don't know how. Not everyone acts. You understand, not everybody acts like coherent when they're doing stuff. I mean, you literally have the case of working drunks. I mean, you got functional stoners, too. I kind of wanted to make it a habit at one point not to game with stoners. I was like, hurts my soul, hurts breaks. Don't do anything technical. It's like, no. We're trying to do anything. Like, we're trying to do anything technical, right? Sometimes best not to do it. It's like, I'll give you an idea. We used to play Division with a guy. He goes, "Oh, I have a good heal build. Healer build." Oh. But here's the thing. He was an active stoner and about 3 seconds behind. Sometimes just doze off. Be like, yeah, it's not the person you want to be your healer. Self-awareness. Cohesion. Oh. Yeah, I understand. These two things sometimes don't go together hand in hand. Kind of Ow. But a lot of these people are like, well, it doesn't make them bad. I mean, some people, you just got to understand they're borderline unique. I mean, also you gotta understand: are they being genuine? Are they being I mean, you gotta understand. Some people are like, you have people who are good, and then you have people who are total assholes with, like, when they're high or they're drunk or they do stuff. They go, if I'm not, like, I knew of he's a famous canceling case in Destiny kind of thing. Say no to rage, and one person was like, so he got high, or it was like on things, you know. He then, but he's like, he's the liberal guy that everyone thinks is attractive. I mean, Sarah Daniels is she's, I gotta think of her, like, she used to try to get into games. I wonder kind of what game she's on now. Wouldn't be surprised if she got on the whole Helldivers grift. But, I mean, she tried to get in there, and she also had a lot of beef with a lot of other people. She tried to get him canceled. So, in reality, he was very horny when he was high. Yes, very handsy. Feels things. Okay. Yeah. Weird, huh? And she got. Let me see. What does Sarah Daniels do now? She. I have to see if this is her. She. I think that's her name. Could be wrong. Interesting. See, she's an actress. Her husband. Yeah, her husband literally worked for Bungie. She got really famous about a couple of years ago. Uh, let's see. I'm just curious. What is she streaming now? She tried to get into Division. She played like dog shit. Wow, it's been 3 years since then. Oh, she's doing Celeste. What's she doing recently? Recent, right? Oh, Celeste. Joker Friday, some 2D game. Uh, wow. She's doing Indivisible, Final Fantasy Rebirth, Final Fantasy Rebirth, of course. That makes sense. Final Fantasy Fire. She's not aged well. How old is she now? Speaking of her, jeez, interesting. I'll just send you that thing on her. She's yeah, see, she was an actress. She tried to get Say No to Rage canceled here. There you go, Romeo. She's age has not been kind to her lately. Her without a her without a filter. Her without a filter. Yeah, something about her. She is not aging well. How about look that up? Uh, married Scott Barrett. Oh yeah, no, no, no. She's an actress and a gamer. Curiosity. When a woman has been in a shit show for a while. Oh, it's a Twitch streamer. Mm, so weird. She doesn't say how old she is. 89? So, 4 years younger than me. And her looks ain't holding up. She's 89. Born in 89. Man. She's either had work done recently or like she's either had work done, it's gone south, or she is just not aging well. See, this woman is interesting. She's not entirely unattractive. I mean, she was able to marry up, you know? I mean, I think her current husband is like fucking like the director for Destiny kind of shit. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying she doesn't, but I can see why she doesn't. People would say she doesn't age well. But she's. Oh, God. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Something went far, and then she's. I'll send you her thing. Yeah, she's gone south. To get your opinion on that. Here, get your opinion on those. It's her Twitter. God bad. That poor woman needs to like. That's the only problem? I mean, see, she may have not found a way to make herself work, right? I don't know. Like, I guess some looks, like without a filter, shit falls off. Like, I mean, what do you make of that? Kind of like aging boomer, or what? Do you think? Very much. Boomer, right? I don't even think she has children. Like, let me see. Could be wrong. I don't think she does. I don't think she has kids. Now, she got a couple of things going against her, right? Most people know her from, like, her being disingenuous. Like, cause she tried to go after upper echelon. Like, I don't think, um, wow, so if you Google her. See, let me see, when was this? 3 years ago. Something happened that she lost fat in her face. There you go. And again, I've seen weird stuff. Sometimes people, when they get older, like, there's a lot of people, like, I've dealt with, like, they're sometimes not, they don't age gracefully. You know? They don't age too good. They're fine. And I've seen people who fall off a cliff, you know? You think Botox? That's a 3 year old video. That's a 3 year old video though. That one right there. In recent or old? Is this recent or the other? I mean, she's supposedly an actress, so her having Botox is nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, you're acting like would not be a weird thing. Ha! Impressive. Wow. Uh, yeah. See, that's a 3. That's when she was running around. I don't know what would give you that emaciated look. I mean, the whole. See, without judging her height, right? You know, if you don't know her height, like, that's why I think she had a procedure done or something. Like, it just shows. It's like, ugh, it don't look right. I mean, you got that problem of you need to, like, not. Uh huh. Boy. Hmm. Interesting. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. Alright, it's from. Oh. I hate being sick. What? So, no, I took like whatever, but like no, I don't feel good. That's why I hate working outside. Move, move. It's not even allergies. It's just days like this. It always catches up to me, one way or another. Right? What do you? So yeah, like your people are. So you're thinking, right? That sorry, you're thinking that she actually had Botox and everything else, right? Oh yeah, I would doubt it. She. Oh God. Oh yeah, she got that. Well, I was thinking about the term for that is. It's like, what is it? Like a turkey neck or something? Like quite a turkey. So it's not the turkey neck, right? It's just something weird. Yep. No. There's a thing of looking your age, and then you get like, it's just that whole veiny, like, what, vulture neck thing? Doesn't look right. I mean, but I guess if your husband works for Bungie, you can just do whatever. No, but seriously. Seriously, she probably. That's how I remember her. She tried grifting the division community for a little while, too. I'm here, yes. It's temporary, it's mute. No, like, she's about, what, 35? And, like, no signs she has kids. But, like, a difference in 3 years. She's 35. Yeah, so whatever happened, hit her like a fucking truck. Stop say that. That whole, like, unless she had, like, an illness or something. But I can't explain that neck thing, though. Well, how you explain that? I don't know how you do that. Can you? No, it. I call it like a vulture neck, but it's like you see both of the muscles. Like you've lost all the muscle around the neck, but you see like the main muscles holding the head up with a depression, right? It looks weird as hell. That's like maybe Botox, but I'm like, I've never seen that type of Botox. You know, I do need 53 minutes. Be good. Probably do this. But like what? 3 years ago, it's like she had some fat in her face. Now she just looks emaciated. Like being puffy in the cheeks doesn't mean you're fat versus the. But if you go that really emaciated look, you know, be funny if they had. So what did you say she had besides Botox? Like a trunk? What kind of? Like what? What was it? What procedure? Like Botox, I get. What kind? What's that? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so that explains the a little bit of the look. That could explain the look. The problem is she already has that long face kind of thing. You know? She can't help it. It's gonna make it worse. What? What? Some people get bad procedures. I think I saw that one. What's wrong with that one? Oh yeah, it looks worse. I don't know what the hell it is. Yes. It's either you've starved yourself or whatever you did, it's just. No, look. I get a closer look. Because I saw that. I'm like, not only do you see what different muscles, I'm just like, how do you get like that? Like, I was like, huh. Ever seen like, ever seen like the Hollywood stars that have way too much plastic surgery? Or they just went to a bot surgery and it looks not good. Yeah, that's like that definitely like Fallout Ghoul look when you have the skin stripped. It's like you see the tendon on the side of the neck kind of thing. God. Like that Fallout Ghoul look? Oh, man. Nah, I mean, to be fair, she really hasn't done acting. What's funny, I have to see if he aged well, but, like, look up Jerry Jones from the Cowboys. Cowboys owner. Like, whoever did his, like, plastic surgery at one point, like, you know he had it, like, it held up well. Like, it doesn't show, like, any serious things. Like, it's weird. It's like, how did you do that? And you get these people who... You get, like, Madonna and all them. Used to be. And then Madonna looks like a fucking crypt keeper now, or... God. Worse, and... What is it? Like, I saw her during, like, Super Bowl, like... What was it, like, during, like, thing? I was just like... What is this? Is this, like, the crypt keeper? Or some shit? Like, she's, like, when she was, like, performing at the VGAs, right? There was, like, VGAs? It was like, oh, God. I was like, what the hell happened to you? Wait, man, that is no good. No, it's worse. It's, I remember it looks like looked like a vampire or some shit. It's like, oh God. No, I say this nicely. It's like, you've had so much plastic surgery, you don't even look right at that point. I'm just like, your face looks like, you look like the vampire in, what is it, Bram Stoker's Dracula. You know? Literally. I'm just like, Like when he's in vampire form kind of thing. My hat's out of the good look for you. Yeah. What's wrong? What's going on? I have no idea. You ask people, like... I mean... So, you're trying to find which one. It's not horrible and comedical at this point. I mean, I don't know, like... I just remember her at the VGAs when she redid her whole thing and trying to do the shock jock thing. Said she looked borderline demonic or something, and I'm like, eh. The thing about her is she just probably had so much plastic surgery work, it just is going to look weird. Like, you're talking a person at a point that, like, she is, like, you know, maybe you could let yourself age. Alright, but that's what I say, like, and the problem with Sarah Daniels is she gets that bobblehead look to her. It's like she has a bobble. Like, I mean, she already got the forehead thing going against her, you know. She thinned her hair, so she already has the big forehead thing going against her, which is okay. Just some people can. Uh, some would argue that she still has. You're talking a person who's in like in her 40s. I mean, if you go back to if you find Madonna's music, right? Go back and find Madonna. Go back and find the video. People actually thought she was like washed up at some point, but you gotta understand. Huh? All right. If that's true, that's really screwed up. It's like Lady Gaga once in an interview. It's like Lady Gaga at one point. The theory that she was a hermaphrodite. Uh, said at one point that she had a in a side interview. She had a poon and a peener. That's a hell of an interview. I don't think people forgot about that. Oh, good luck on that one. You could probably find it. I mean, to be fair, it's surprising. I'm waiting to hear if any of her kids go wacko. Like, I mean, to be fair, that's just, we're talking about low hanging fruit at this point. Oh no. I know that's a photo you were gonna bring up. It's her face. Her face looked like she had like a bunch of Botox and shit. Yes, I know that photo. That photo is awful. It's like, oh, yeah. They're gonna wonder what it is. No, it's, no. No, if you're gonna watch back, though, it's, no. The horrible Madonna at the VGAs when she came back out of retirement. No. Sometimes just retire gracefully. Yeah, you can still sing, but when your face looks like it's been stung by like bees, it's been stung by bees and all swollen. No. It's a very famous photo, in fact. It's not even photoshopped, because I remember seeing it. I was like, what? What is this? You know? Yeah, no. I remember it. No, you gotta understand. Like, go back and look up Madonna's video music. Like, people were like, when she like did what was it, Ray of Light? That era. Like it was a Ray of Light. Um, that's like your normal. Like, what was it? I think she was like married to like Guy Ritchie. But like, I didn't. But it's like there was a period too. Like she didn't want her kids like to have internet at some point because it's like yeah, because they're gonna find pictures of her. Like no shit. Talking about a woman who made her name, uh, like a virgin and a bunch of other crap. Like then she literally like then she's like she actually did some like videos where you actually find it. Thought it would have been good at some point. Uh, she thought it would have been fine to like release a book sex, right? And it is what you think it is. And this was like what, early 90s? It's like early 90s as well. Like, not that she got canceled, we're just like, why? And not the only reason, like, just for historical reasons, I want the sealed copy of it. You never open it, you just have it. It's like, God, like, that's a piece of things. Little known book, like. Yeah, no. It's people. I mean, it was funny. Didn't hear the, apparently, I was gonna say, I found out today too. It was like, apparently the Rust Armorer got 18 months in prison. Which I guess is not surprising. Armed with manslaughter? Well, that's kind of normal. Alec Baldwin's being charged with attempted murder, though, or murder. Knowingly. Oh, I have a bit over here. No. Yeah, nah. I'm good. I'm good. Just, I mean, you never know. It's one thing you never hear from anything about her family on her stuff. Unironically, which is funny. Sag. As I say, your face unironically looks like it was stung by a beehive. Like, that's the thing. You gotta be like really careful what you do. Well, no, you go back and you look at her a little more saner, a little bit different. Around the Ray of Light era kind of thing. I don't know. Then again, like, she did the. I don't know if it was around American Life or around there. Uh, well, now. Talking different yet. I don't know. Part of it, right? That was an era. That's like you're talking the MTV era. MTV era was very, very different when it came to like the part of the world. Go look at that is something people forget. The MTV era. That it makes me feel old. Like, uh, you ever heard of like video jockeys? No one ever heard of them? So they used to call the people video. We called them video jockeys, but they were like the MTV people. They had it. That was their whole deal. It was like, yeah, they're on YouTube. They were like, some of them went on to have other careers, but like in reality, yeah, that was their whole shtick. It was Carson Daly had that. That was his. Like, these people are like, No, you gotta understand. Certain people, like MTV era, though, you have to ask your brother probably about it. Was like you had like a visual, like you had like that visual era. It made like Peter Gabriel, like that type stuff normal. Oh, 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 cat, no, move, move, cat, move, move, you dipshit. Thank you. No, he just gets up and wants to sit in front of the monitor. Luckily, I know what I'm doing. No, he just gets up and moves. No, he just stretches suddenly. It's like, yeah, it's a bad time to, like, be up there trying to do that. And in Helltide, when I die, I lose half my cinders. Yeah, the one, isn't she the one that left Scientology? I think that's more age. She has interesting genetics. Then again, not everyone's like Sean Connery can just age like that. Who? No, I feel blessed that I don't know it. But what? Usually, haha. You're gonna televise that you're married to a mobster. I understand, or you keep that life. Yeah, good job. Good job. That's like yes, real actual underworld characters you don't know. I I mean, oh yeah. Very Italian. Yeah, she kind of had some. She actually had like Botox or something. Probably thought I would be fine. She also has that Italian thing going on. By that, I mean if you know it, you know it. That Italian look, yeah, that's something. I You already got like interesting genetics when you get to that Italian, like if she is. That look, that Jersey Shore look, yeah, like that's how to describe it. It's just weird. But to be fair, you forget though, there was a period where Steve Tyler, like, or I think it's like Liv Tyler, she has DLCs, so yeah. Look, some people can, some people, um, it's actually more news today. Monday, there's always news. More news, strangely enough, on a Monday. Like, that's usually days that are like dumb. Joan Rivers. You never know, really. Very similar. Could. I mean, I remember. I mean, the whole idea of some people, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. There's a period like where you get work done that's just you look more plastic than human. Nah. Oh, plastic surgeries are red. Like they all do that. Oh, they're all probably silicone at this point. Come on, Jesus, die! Thank you, guys. Stop spreading out. Oh, so server finally caught up. That's cool. That's great. You finally caught up. Uh huh. Your dog's your companion animal. It's like Jasper's mine. It's like he's not far from me. Just I'm not even a cat person. I'm like well, but not a cat person. I'm more traditional, and it's like we just I had lost my cat, and we bonded in the store, and he worked turned out perfectly. Like he was the only cat about 4 years old. My other cat is my cat that's with Peggy is that person. She at the house fire. She insisted on keeping him. I'm like, well, if something ever happens to you, we're gonna get him back. But, hmm. To be fair, that's like, but the only thing about Jasper is he's just very, very big. Like Oliver is a big cat too. Oliver's a very big cat too, and it's like when he stretches or gets up, yeah, he's about as tall as my monitor. It's like, yes, you can't be doing this. Bad thing, don't do it. Ah, 5 more. Come on, 5 more cinders. I hear it. You gotta like understand too. A lot of people. I mean, some people insist on looking young. It's like I've known people like Magic. They just don't age well. Like sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Like I saw some people, and I'm just like, heard the phrase too. I heard someone say it the other day. Ugliness ages you, or evil, right? Really? Huh? Stress, anxiety. Yeah, that will do it. It's funny she says that. What? Mm. Uh huh. Uh, uh, that's a freak act of. That's a freak act of God. Uh, well, to be fair, animals are stupid. But the question is, how did they know it was a hamster that did it? Hmm. They have another loose thing. It seems like. I mean, there's like a whole thing too. You'll find like cats will do stupid things and go. You understand? Cats will do dumb things. Like my Persian decides to eat his occasional thing. He'll eat wires. I don't know why. That's a good Darwin Award. She's on Chargers. That's his thing. Oh, yeah, no, that is a no. That is a no. That is a. What the price charging chords are these days. No, we don't do that. Just say. I mean, you gotta be like. I mean, nah. So like today's weird. Like No, I was like supposed to do something. I was just like, yeah, people wish to blow my day up 5 ways from Sunday. I was like, you know what? Some days you want to relax. I'm just like, oh. It's like, ain't gonna happen. I mean, I at least got the shit in the yard taken care of to a degree. It's just when people do weird things, it passes stress off to others. Not a good situation. Yeah. What, you own a house with AstroTurf? Depends on your yard. Sometimes happens. Because certain stuff is just ugh. But yeah. Put stuff off till Friday. I probably won't be doing it. I'll have my series on Shogun up. Um, That's funny when I showed my friend Fallout. It's just like he thinks it's generic that it hooks him. I'm just like, I'm guessing it's like he's not like about the mystery. I mean, I like the show for what it is. A lot of people, I'm waiting because it's like, yeah, it's so kind of talk about it. Like getting there because I have to rewatch the second, like knowing how it goes. Like you pick up on cues, like, but then again, it's like common knowledge, every vault, for the most part, or at least most vaults had experiments in them. So it's like, oh, like, like, the thing is, he's like, well, I don't want to get my hopes up, and then the execution is not what I think it is. It's like, I would be the same way. But like with Fallout, outside of the shoehorning in the bisexuality and the they them kind of shit. Like I was like, it really isn't anything. I mean, they just did that for shits and giggles, but like, I will lie though, that moment takes me out of the episode. You know? See, didn't you, Romeo? It was just awkward. I expected it, but I was like, nah, please don't do it. I was like, don't do it. Okay? Really? Considering? I mean, what's a relationship like that? How does that work? How does that relationship work? Unless it existed prior, not in that state. That's yeah. I'm sorry, not in that state. I mean, problem is, I knew they were gonna do that though. Like I knew that. Like that writing was on the wall. I'm like, no. I'm like, you gotta understand. That writing was on the wall. They're gonna have to do that. But as I said, they're not gonna answer how she's still alive after all this time. You're not Mr. Cabot from Fallout 4 who found an alien device and achieved immortality for some reason. Or age, like whatever. They do. Like that's why like the whole Mr. Cabot or Cabot House, like apparently their father is like found a way to like live or near forever. It's like all because he found like this alien artifact. Why? I don't feel like killing you. I find you with like 14 minutes left. Why? Nope, you don't get enough for me to kill you and waste the time to kill you. Go away. Yeah, I don't care. I just don't want to kill it. There's no reason to kill him. Fuck. They're actually supposed to increase the rewards for him? What? That's the only way I'll deal with him. Like, that's like. It's a hell of a thing. A Hell-Tide Assassin. Waste of time. Greatly. Well, technically, bear in mind, people think there's many different kinds of aliens. Like, most people know what the Zetas, but they're actually known as the Zetas, which are they and the big ones. Ah, the like Flatwoods monster that's in Fallout 76. There's a couple, right? I don't know how you forget they exist in Fallout. They do. That's better. You get wow. See, I look over to my stream. It's like, oh, apparently YouTube either froze. I'm like, that's cool. It's, you don't know why it does it either. Occasionally, you have to check that and refresh it. Like, God, I feel bad too. It's like, that's not intentionally. I'm not as bad as Vincent anymore, chat. But yeah, future upcoming, right? Probably do something on Wednesday, but I don't know. Topic though, yeah. See Romeo, like me and what is it? Well, see Renown. We're gonna talk about, I guess. Amongst it's gonna be game preservation because apparently, what is it? Ubisoft shut down the crew servers, crew one servers, and people are really like heard about it. It's like crew is so popular. I'm like, this isn't like a Destiny situation. Like Destiny 1 is still kept up and running, but there's still people who still play it, right? You know, like maybe people could keep their stuff, but like usually the state of Ubisoft are not gonna keep like a game indefinitely. It's just Division One's been like good for them. Like, no. Ow! Come on. Get to your destination. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the swamp. Everything is poison all the time. Every single thing. It's sacred anyways, isn't it? Helper. It's like me, or it's gonna wind up like having to deal with the garbage. I mean, what do you expect? 2 a.m. for me. I usually burn the midnight oil anyways. This game really needs a fucking summon a vault kind of crap versus me having to clear out like quit doing a hell tide and then have to go teleport, go dismantle. Or at least let us dismantle on the fly. You know? Be good. That's the one thing about like that's good about Division. Division learned a long time ago that the way people play, right, you're able to, but you can't dismantle on the fly. So it's like, oh, sounds fine, but any thought about that? No? Yes, thank you. It's actually kind of cool at its own right. Almost. Almost. Yeah. Decrepify? Yeah, sure about that. Okay, that's a lot better. Look, we all know barrier generation is entirely possible on, like, necromancers. We all know it. It's like a stat that we get, and it's like, you're telling me that's entirely what we do. We don't have that. Uh, uh, hmm. Like, perfectly adorable. Entirely. Yes. Barrier generation. Entirely normal. So it's a stat, useless stat. Like, fine. So it's like, hmm. But here's the thing I can't do shit with it. Only a couple of character classes can create barriers. Necros ain't one of them. only thing that can create barrier was a barrier generation is druids and sorcerers. That's it. No, even then, it's useless then. So adorable. Ugh. It's okay. That's fine. That's totally adorable this time of day. Well, hold on. You know what? No, no, no. What I'm going to do is do that, and I'm going to go clean out files a second. Do some. I'm just going to reset. I should have did this like a little while. Like, I know how to clean out the temp files and these things. They're so weird. Like, look, crash files are very detrimental to your. You think a game when it creates a crash file, it's totally fine. Oh, there's only one apparently. There's more than that. So you exit out, you restart, you do your thing. Let the thing re-download, and you're good. Yeah. You know what though? It's funny. So, Jan Josinki. Yeah. Or Tanya the Evil, right? But damn, you don't think that's the day with Tanya the Evil. You know what? I've always wondered, and you know, no one. The cruel joke that what she does is she just wants God makes him suffer because he was a Japanese salesman who didn't believe in God. All God wants is acknowledgement. And using this test as an acknowledgement. The whole joke of Tanya the Evil. It is very disturbing, by the way, how like people forget Tanya the Evil is a very weird allegory. See, isn't it though, Romeo? Yep, literally. Cruel joke by God. God reincarnates the Japanese salesman because he wants acknowledgement. Then every turn. Tanya tells him to go fuck off. Eh. But also, you ever noticed, by the way, that if you do know, right, that uh, I have never like, and this is one of those things people never like. Someone's like, you do know, like people don't realize that Japanese have a whole host of either communism, like communist issues and other things that go on in their country. Well, to be fair, the idea their political party system is very different. So like when Gunrunner and them were saying they don't know anything about it. It's like I think they're trying to step foot out of like if they actually tried to like step foot out. It's like I don't get it. When I say they have an aversion to violence, you see stuff like it's that weird realm of you ever wonder why half the time when they show World War II settings, they all make them look like Prussian or basically Hugo Boss Nazi outfits? It's like that's a big thing in anime. I do not, and I always wondered kind of what that particular theory is. No matter the thing, for some bizarre reason, they love that World War II era art in uniform. It's just the strangest thing. Like, as I said, very famous ones Tanya the Evil or Catboy Hitler. You know Helsing. Helsing's out. Helsing is right up there, though, as a good story. Oh boy. Oh, dump me off here. Oh, blood's a key. Um, not nice. Hmm. Uh, yeah. any good way down there. It's kind of sad though. There's only 2 more episodes of Shogun. You should catch up on that, Romeo. Watch that. Look, I'm sure we could both agree. Shipping is not good. Shipping is pure cancer, right? I don't endorse anybody who ships. It's worse. Also, yep, I get it why certain writers write what they write. Okay? I get it. I find the overload of Yuri and Yoi is like these people. It's either worse that they can't write they can only write same sex relationships, or they just can't write, or they're getting lazy. They're doing it for a demographic. Because it's like, well, very polluted. Uh, What's sad, half the time they're actually written like that. Cool, you gonna load? No? Really? What? Oh, it's this one. Oh, God. Why are you... So he kept going to the one I was at versus going to the other one. Which is fine. Could be a necro. Could not be. Mm. I hate being... Uh-huh. Yep. Oh. Boop. Feels so long to get to that. most of the time we're traveling. So yeah, see, Romeo, you just need to do as I tell somebody else. Just go look for a basic job, apply, get through it, so it looks decent on an application, and then just find something to do. If it's close, yes, something you're gonna suffer. Trust me, moping around the house is not a good plan. I'm good for it. Wow. I mean, let's be clear. 3 or 4 poison piles, like, underneath? That's what I call normal. Really? Huh? Excuse me? Ah, fuck your ass at. Uh huh. Too much lightning. Oh, come on. Uh, Don't look like a. I don't look like where I need to go. It's a swamp after all, though. Ain't go so well. Oh. Hey. To be fair, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. Now, I want to see someone explain. Now, I asked them to explain to me in a coherent way about gender fluid non-binary. That makes sense. And let's see how that goes. And have it make absolute sense. And then have a follow-up question be, so if you feel like a boy or feel like, so it just means you just feel like whatever gender you are this day. Or that day. Ah, it's that. Right. Just saying, I have no idea. So what? Did they get pissed off at you when you're explaining that, Romeo? Or is it just like, you're just being a bigot? You're just being a bigot? But you as a resident person. No idea. Even that shit sounds strange at that point. Ah. Horrible. What? Another? Another one? That just destroys it. Okay. That's just a destroy. I'm just like, I mean, I would jokingly send them like a video. It's like, I'm trying to be me. Like people, I think, oh yeah. So if you're not if you're non-binary, all the people on TikTok that believe they're bugs or birds, hmm, with their cats. I'm pretty sure it's there. I'm pretty sure it's just standard like, um, oh, that'd be curious. What do you mean? It's like I'm purposely. I'm sure the person's perfectly normal. Are you sure? Well, I haven't looked at it yet. Like, so, is there a profile pic not a furry, odd, or not a anime profile pic? Hmm. Oh, it's an anime. Ah, how do I know? Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Person trying to. I have that profile picture. It gets rather weird. I don't know. You get it. See, okay. You gotta be realistic at some point. The the problem is the non-binary people are screwing it up for the people who actually have that issue. Oh, sorry, but gender is a social construct. It's an imaginary built one too. Did you know? Shit. I don't even think they can. Asking a person about what non-binary or gender fluid means, it's like asking a libertarian what libertarianism is. To be fair. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. mean? Just keep to yourself. Hey, that's what it is. Oh no, don't do that. That's just weird. You must accept everything as an ally. Well, that's not. She has to read water. Determined. Oh boy. Well, it's late for him. He probably went to bed. God, I am gonna finally get through this. God, unlocking all of these is just so dumb. Like, have you gone through all sorts of crap just to unlock this? Poison with ice wall. How lovely. I will get through this. Oh, I feel like I have you. Ah. Stupid. Come on. Cool. Just opens. All gold. I need more gold. No, I don't. No? Yeah. Look, they want us to use shrine effects. How great. No one uses shrine. Mm-hmm. Those are poison spikes. That is not cool. Not cool at all. Really? Hey, again, fear effects. That is. Lord. Good. Not fun. You know, too long. You know what? Really? Before I do anything else, I'm killing everything that lives and breathes in this place. Sorry. Which I normally do anyways, but man, just out of sheer safety. Oh, cool. Thank you. Uh-huh. Hi, about that. Man, you people. Season's awful. Good. Come on. And not good things. Stop. Excuse me. Up. I thought. This is. Let me stop on a bunch of poison? Hmm. Uh, why? How? That's cool. That's I. I mean, how kids grown that large? Well, frick. Maybe you left a demon in charge or something? It's just, no, nothing good coming. Oh! Really? Mm. Hmm. Nope. Requirements are met, so a bunch of 75. So my golem becomes more powerful. Well, yes. I need my armor because half my stuff ain't dying. I mean, here and here. Fortunately, one, two, three, four. this way. The weirdest board ever. Like exit out that way. Oh. I mean, that's into that, which, sure. I mean, that's the way out of the board. Sure. Ha. I'm sure. It's gonna be fine. You're just gonna summon a giant demon on top of me. I mean, it's gonna be fine. Oh. Why does it have to be electrified? Electrified? So. Nope. Ah. Hello. Ah. Why is it like? Well. That's so cool. I can't see crap. And vulnerable. That's just great. To be fair, you fucked up. I'm sure nothing wrong goes wrong here. So break the. Yeah. Oh, you're good. Before I do that, though, I might want to. For a kid really can't move. Oh, I'm sure. It's gonna be a big giant monster, which. Hmm. Next. Awful. You know what I'm gonna do before I do that, though? You sure? The construct, right? I'm pretty sure the construct has not been corrupted. I have played the volume. Yeah. No, construct has not been corrupted. Everything else around you has. We could probably see if I could. There's actually a jeweler in this place. I need to. Let's see. Uh, but that's already done. See, no, can't do anything because I don't have any other level like that. But hmm, can't really change that. That's my only mod on that one. Which is not good at all. To be fair, I have been fighting the underdamage bug for a while. Fortunately, that has to be replaced though. That's decent. That one, that's 76. Yeah, it's not huge. See, like, technically, right? Like, that's actually a really cool piece. Three lucky strikes, right? It's good. Yeah, I lose bubble, but it's different. 75 though. Definitely be better than that though. Which sounds fine. See, see. Oh, that will work. Let's see if I get that. We're gonna be that one. See, not what I need, but it will work. Let's see what I need though is I need the one that gives barrier. What I need, not resources, right? So it's trash two. Good. Right there. See. Oh, awful. Yeah, 71. That's gonna take a lot of rerolls though. With these. It has Blood Surge on it. It has Blood Surge too, but should withdraw the talent out of that. It has Blood Lance. Might as well do a quick rethink. Get crap off this gear. Shit. By the way, that's a weird roll, by the way. Get that. Gloves of all things. See, I like that right there. Like, that's cool. Weird. So, like, I was going to go with a different amulet. It's 4.6, therefore impaired movement. Nothing you have to reroll on that. That decreases essence cost, which is a slight difference. But some damage skill is good. Let's see. I'm halfway tempted. Yeah, about that one. Yeah, that's just fit to stay entirely. Uh, right there. That's just perfect. See, the execute would be good. Yeah, 45, 45. That's what it is. A core. See, that already has a slot. Oh, it's a problem. Not really. Uh, uh look, everything but a proprietor in here. Uh, not good. Uh, I find it interesting there actually is a legendary saw it on somebody, the guy I played with the other day. I was like, I didn't even know I actually did it. Actually did an exotic uh, scythe. Like, bastards, really? It's like, it's up there, right? That'd be decent. Good on that. Huh, very pointless. I mean, unless it's actually changing that, that is not good at all. Why? Why? I mean, technically, when I was 7, I mean, essence cost. I mean, re-roll it. I mean, it's all what is in the re-rolls. It's all in the re-roll, to be honest. Screw basic attack speed. Really? Horse. There we go. There we go. See, I already rolled that one. See, problem here is right there is on that one. Injured. Like, what I re-roll that? Oh, that was gonna give me anything good. Healy great. So it's fine. Opposite both. Definitely really that is great. Good. That is best. That's 22. Willpower, dexterity. Lance. Now, what are the chances? Just, eh, I mean, I mean, 173, 175, but both willpower and that. It's like, let's see. Guess a little bit of that. Definitely not the greatest. Fortunately, this is what I have to live with until I find better. The game gods decide to actually give me something. Uh, he has a good amulet. Might actually be worth that would be, because that's good for what it is. I mean, 45 generation, yes. Yeah, it's not a good one. I mean, it definitely makes essence cost like less. 15, 30. I don't see that being used, nor do I see that one being used. Nor do I see that being used. Chances are it's going to be that one. I mean, it's such a minor change as well. Dodge against distance. Uh, sure. Hold on. Yep. So, barrier, bolt, high roll. Now I need the echo. Let's see. Oh, I do have it. Yep. Damn it, cat. Hmm. I do not think I have any higher. We'll let it go. Move. Move. Well, so the helmet. Uh, mm, blood lance. Roughly the same, right? See, this is the annoying part. But I do have it though, so so 7%, so that's a 280% increase. I don't have anything higher than a 30. Yeah, no, I don't have anything higher than a 30. Mm, yeah, it's nowhere near higher than a 30. So 30 is the highest. Yep. That's so stupid. Fifteen's the highest I have, but it doesn't. It's no better than that at that level. Uh, mm, Hopefully this is better, but this is definitely. Yeah, the not having executes so weird. A paragon. Oh yeah, I have like a whole slew of intelligence, folks. Is that a provider? It is a provider. Is it? This is a gear or a seller, I bet. Looks like the symbol of a provider. Yeah, at least they were wise. They put a provider down here. Okay. Reality, yeah. That's actually good. About time. Wow. Well, you say it right. If it did, that would be entirely different now, wouldn't it? Wouldn't be scythe. Scythe would be way too much of a long shot. It does have a good chance. Eh, it's good to keep. Look, these were if I was looking for sacreds, yeah, but these aren't sacreds. I were. Now. Barrier. See, injured is anything 80%. Sticks me up armor. To be fair, they're roughly identical. They're not the ones I need. I need the ones that give double dodge, but good luck on that one. I'm finding that role in particular. I wonder if this is the final boss. I think this is it. Is this what if I explore this place a second? Yeah. Courtesy cleansing is a good thing to do, and certain. Oh, I got it. Hmm. Hi guys. Oh, this totally looks like the boss. It does. Oh. Ha, yeah, this is Oh yeah, this is the one. Oh man, you are not cool. I've heard about this. Oh yeah, this is like the dungeon that takes like. Yep. I'm at least gonna get this time. At least when I'm happier when this shit gets done, I'll be happy. Ah, Lord. What? I hate it when they locked. Oh no, one of these rooms. Thing. Bro. This is shit. Not funny. That is not funny. That is worse. That's nice of you. You made yourself a big ass giant construct. Worst spoilers ever. It's good I cleared these out, but I don't have to deal with it, but I still have to clear them out. It's like, cool, take a giant. Do I have anything for defense? Let's see. Poison resist by 10, but I don't know if that's going to do shit all for me. What's this fire? Ah, this room. Oh, this is fire, that's why. It's cannibals or fire, yeah. Ah, Lord. Borderline, you piece of shit. Greatest part is, I guess, if you have the elixirs, but shit. Mine easy. I'm so glad I can stay still. Oh, I could see how this would just be retarded. Nope. The thing is, I see how this is utterly stupid. Like, like it's not a choice in that matter, right? Like, that's clearly the worst. Whew. Oh, see. Yeah. You're an ass. We know how this works. Flesh among flesh. Well, that's cool. Yay! You are dumb. Oh, I've been through this before. Ah, cool. Hey! Rude! Oh, Lord. My pretty on that part. Could be worse. Imagine doing this at level 25. I could see it. That I really could. Like, I mean, problem here, right, is trying to do this without dying at that level. Hey, let's go in the room, get stuck in. Yeah. So, secret, you come in here with crowd control, right? Good luck. Sacred. You got suddenly a little lesser demon that thinks he's Diablo all of a sudden. Like, going into this one? I think I did. Hmm? Oh yeah, I haven't got to this one yet. Uh, uh, um, nah, I'll leave it. It's not gonna be good. You might as well. It's just gonna be stupid, anyways. Yeah. Man. know, isn't the worst part. Yeah. Good. Ice doesn't bother me. Fire on one hand is just... This is ingenious, but this is the worst. Like, I could totally see someone just getting obliterated. Oh god, the lightning. Ah, no. And fire! Ah. I am overkill. I guess so. I guess it's fine. What is that? Like, oh, it's pure pearl warding. Ah. Alright. Oh, so annoying. Ugh. One sec. Be right. Last boss. One last one, and you have the boss. Hmm. Yes, half this would one shot somebody. Elemental resistance saves you, because this is stupid. Yeah. Is that it? Speech. I'm so glad I have fire. Hello, asshole. Welcome to the final dungeon of the season. Traps and everything underneath the sun. Very simple. Apparently, like, if you do it lower level, it's like 45 minutes, but not particularly. Problem's not getting one-shotted by the traps is the problem. Okay, someone thought this would be a cool... Hi. Ah, you totally aren't the boss. Ha. Sir, I beg to... Are you the boss? Are you the boss? Oh, you dick. You fucking... Huh? Slain by a meteor, okay. Oh... Dude, you are just an ass of the highest caliber. douche. Uh, um, ye- mm, About that. Ah, uh, you know, easy, right? So in theory, that could be really a bad boss. I can, I can see how that could just be the worst boss fight in the world because of how he functions. Like max elemental resistance. I mean, you'd have to have like 100. Was that at least 200 at this point to get past it? What is it? Science 5, something like that. Film torment. Hmm. So I don't even want to bother some. I mean, supposed to fight him on like torment. Mm. I get murdered by a meteor. Yeah. Cool. Man, sounds cool. I'm so glad I have so much damage. So much damage. More damage than I need. It still is awful. Oh boy. Ugh. Nope. To be fair. I mean, to be fair, you allowed a demon into it. I mean, yeah, literally, you did a whole thing. Yeah, use nightmare sigils. Transporting to unlock bonus loot. Yep, girl's wisdom. Huh. Complete one nightmare vault. Empty vault sigil. An occultist. 20, right? Sure. Helltide commanders. I've already done this. What is it? I've already done half these. Yeah. Gil Grigor. I already did half of these. That's. Thank you. Rummage through until you read all of Zorton's journals. Need the Beast of Ice. Summon with Distilled Fear. Tier 30. It's gonna be the other. Oh, so during Helltide. Acquire all 12. Seeds of Hatred. Reach level 90. Huh. See, it's just pretty at the end of the day. Demon's Whisper, right. Echo Aduriel, summoned in. Echo Lilith, Torment 4. Feed to Seething and Domination in hostile areas. Sounds easy. I think the only problem. I. See, death comes for us, yeah. Like, see, easy. Echo a Lilith, right? That means you basically beat Uber Lilith. That is annoying. Eight. Man, so ring. Echo Adurial. And technically, those are pretty easy. It's just a mess, really, isn't it? Like, here at the moment. But I hate sigils. I do. I really, really do. Like, here, did all those, did all those, did all those. But you need those, and this is just small favor. This one. Pearl's legendary. It's this one. That one's the big one. It's the big title. You gotta complete 9. So I'm already halfway fucking there. See, that one's the easy part, right? Just said that, but it's like, I'm already there. I'm already there. Sure did it. Swooning stones. Map, why do you keep yelling at me? Do you have to remind me? I know what the echo of hatred is. You know what the echo of hatred is? Yeah. I'll say echo of hatred is the echo of hatred what I think it is. Fractured peak. Right? Nah. I track it. Where is it? That's Legion event. I mean, hell, it's done. Problem is, it's yelling at me. It says 77, right? I love it when it doesn't. The only thing I can think this is right there. Yes! It's not 77, you dipshits! That's Uber Lilith. And it's like, ah, oh, you gotta do that. No, that's the thing, right? Uber Lilith. No, that thing's 100 plus. Really? Tell me I can go do that. There's people are 100 struggle with that. Honestly. Game lies to me. Huh. I got that done. Now it's just on to everything else. It's like, what? Now it's just getting to 80 and just getting gear. Probably be back tomorrow and do this. I don't know. Division League is that. I have strongholds I need to knock over though. Gotta knock over this. Knock over this. Hard to believe I'm not 80 yet. Yeah, but Echo of Hatred, yes. Be all for that. At least I got the thing done. I'll be back. I think I did. At least I finished the dungeon. Should be back today, but yeah. Yes, this season's very stupid. It's not. I feel like that's a decent or better. Right? I feel, right? Why would you be giving me sacred? No. I just completed that. No. It's sacred. Again. Borderline dumb. Hmm? This is a mess. Utterly a mess. I mean, I'll be honest. If you think that's time and reward, right? Like, I don't know, something I complain about a lot in video games. Like, you think. And again, next season's entirely separate. I mean, if you even look at my elemental resistance. Yeah, you need to go in there like 50 elemental resistance. Overcharge damage is dumb. I'll be back tomorrow and bed too. But tomorrow should be today at 2. I mean, 2 p.m. I usually get like 5 hours or 6 hours of sleep, anyways. Should be able to sleep well now. I don't know. Friday. Ugh. That last dungeon, though. But yeah, so 2 p.m. Central? Should be, unless something comes up. But